1 2 1 2 testing. Okay, I believe I can be heard. Okay. La 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 la. Hey everybody, welcome! It's official! I just wanted to make it official. Welcome back to the Greatest Attorney. My name is Nate Cobra and I am your host for this playthrough. Please, come in, take a seat. I am so happy to continue playing the Greatest Attorney Chronicles. This is a game that I've been waiting for so long to play, and I'm enjoying every minute of it. We are in Case 2, by the way, we're in the midst of Case 2. So if you never played the Greatest Attorney Chronicles and want to go in basically blind, I suggest you catch up, or you know, watch previous parts. They're on, my VODs are either here or on YouTube. I understand that some of my VODs I haven't gone to YouTube yet. I am gonna try my hardest to get those VODs up and running, so I can get those in there. I will try to schedule to have one VOD going per day, but I cannot guarantee anything. Real life gets in the way sometimes. Okay, so things I want to say. I'm gonna be streaming every day this week, except Friday. Friday the 6th, I will not be streaming. No way, no how. I want to take some personal time on the 6th, so that's not gonna happen. Saturday and Sunday I'll be streaming, and then from Monday to Friday next week I will not be streaming. I will be going on a trip, going with family. I will not be streaming that week. So I'm sorry for the millions and millions of fans that decided they couldn't survive a day without me. I'm so sorry. I will not be streaming that week. And after I come back, my new schedule is gonna come into play. So let me just take a quick look at the calendar. Starting on the 14th, my calendar is gonna look more or less like this: Saturday and Sunday streaming normal. I'm sorry, my schedule is gonna be Saturday, Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday. I decided like this instead of the all thing I was gonna do, which is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, for two reasons. One, I want to give myself more time to prepare and do stuff other than just streaming. Like, I love streaming, but it's cutting away into my time, and I want to make sure I have time for other stuff. Also, for those days that I will not be streaming, I plan to be able to stream more hours during the days that I do stream. Tuesday, Thursday, particularly on Saturday and Sunday. My hope is that I begin streaming for 3 hours at a time or more. I cannot say for certain that this is going to be what's going to happen, but who knows? That's what I want to be. That's what I want to do, especially since we're going to be playing the Greatest Attorney. Also, speaking of the Greatest Attorney, which we're going to be starting real soon, like I said in a previous post, Ace Attorney is going to become a weekend stream. It's going to be Saturdays and it's going to be Sundays. I'm playing weekdays right now because, well, I decided because I have that trip, it would be kind of premature for me to just start on what I wanted on the new schedule. Even though the new schedule was supposed to start at the beginning of August, but then, you know, this family trip, it's gonna throw a little range. So just one more week with a single game on the stream. So this is what's gonna happen. Saturdays and Sundays, starting on the Saturday 14th, it's gonna be Greatest Attorney. I'm gonna try and play as many hours as possible, 3, 4, maybe 5 hours. Try and get through as much of the game as possible. Tuesday and Thursday are gonna be where I play other games. It's gonna be Final Fantasy X, Psychonauts. I'm thinking of other games, but I don't know if I wanna talk about this because it's a little bit far away now that I'm like, the one that looks the closest to finishing by this metric is Psychonauts. Even a one stream a week, it's not a particularly long game, and they tell me that Greatest Attorney is around 50-60 hours. That's a lot. So yeah, both Greatest Attorney and Final Fantasy is gonna take me a while. So yeah. Also, the fact that I am not planning to stream on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday does not preclude that I will not stream on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. If I feel like I want to stream on Monday, Wednesday, or Friday, I will send a call and I will stream, but it will not be either Greatest Attorney, Final Fantasy, or Psychonauts. It'll be something else. It'll be a random thing. It might be a game I want to try out. Maybe something else I want to try out. I've been thinking of other things I do want to try out later on, but we'll see how things go. As of now, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. Those next 5 days, it's gonna be pure Ace Attorney, and I expect that by the end of this week, by Sunday the 8th, I will finish Chapter 2, and I might be in the midst of Chapter 3 by then. But who knows? Depends how many hours I can give to this game. But that's enough talking about this stuff. I mean, I've been talking about 8 minutes, and it's really not a whole lot. You give me a sec. Talking a lot. In water. By the way, you might hear a slight buzzing in the background. I'm sorry, I have to turn on the fan. It's getting quite hot, and I needed to turn something on, so I have my fan on the background. It's a little far away from me, but still, it's still blowing air, and it's still keeping me relatively cool, hopefully. Also, well, at least it's not the AC, because the AC would sound awful. One more thing I wanted to say. I was just thinking, like, there was something I wanted to say. Anybody who catches this channel and doesn't know what's going on, like, why does it look? It might look a little wonky or something like that, or asking. I want to bring this up before I start talking, going to the game, because I just noticed that my streams when I play an Ace Attorney is mostly me just voicing the characters, which obviously I'm not really good at, except maybe the main character, which I'm trying my best to make sure the voice is rather good. But you might notice that this channel, despite the fact that it started less than a month ago, I will mark the 11th of July as my official start date as a streamer. The thing is, like I say on my Twitter, this is a pre-release edition. If you're watching this, either my VODs or my live, this is pretty much a pre-release edition of me as a streamer. I just wanted to just start streaming instead of trying to wait until I had the money and the resources to have everything I wanted. For two reasons I wanted to do this first. First of all, I wanted to get acclimated to actually streaming, because you might just start streaming anytime, but I wanted to do it now, because if I do what I want to do and I don't have the speaking skills I want to have, or I don't have the speaking topics I want to have, or I don't have maybe some connections I want to have or whatever, then I don't think it's gonna look all that well. That said, I also want to have a taste for streaming, and I also want to give myself at least a good 2 to 3 weeks of straight streaming without stopping. I mean, again, looking at my schedule, or looking at my calendar, I should say. If we count, oh come on, go to July. The 11th of August, that's 1, 2, 3, and this will be the 4th week. So we're going on to a month straight, 4 weeks straight, not exactly a month, but 4 weeks straight of me streaming. That almost makes me want to stream on the 6th, so I don't break that streak. We'll see. The thing about the 6th is kind of personal day, so I may stream for a shorter while. But hey, even if I was streaming for 30 minutes, I was still streaming. That day I wanted to get a taste of it. I wanted to make sure that I caught a rhythm, I caught a style, and I wanted to see what worked, what didn't work. There might have been some older streams when I was trying to do a lighter pitch voice, kind of like this, and I said, you know what? No, I'm just gonna try and do my own normal natural voice. This is my natural voice. If anybody asks, this is my natural voice, and if it sounds weird to you, I'm sorry, I can't change it. But I think it works best if I just relax. And I'm just talking nonsense right now. I'm just speaking nonsense, and that's something that I do sometimes when I would just want to talk and just speaking nonsense, and it barely relates to what I was talking before. But as I was saying, I wanted to stream for at least 3 weeks, get a taste of it, so that when the time comes, when I have to do the schedule, which I'm gonna have to do the schedule in later in the future, then I will be able to be okay with that, because it's like, okay, I'll be streaming 2 days on the weekend, 1 day off, Tuesday, 1 day off, Thursday, 1 day off, 2 days on the weekend. So, and that's gonna be the schedule coming up. And I guess I don't want to say too much about what's gonna happen in the future. Like, for example, I might change the style of the overlay. I might change the avatar, even though this avatar, which I think is a very nice avatar, it's probably gonna stick around. The thing is, I do want to I iterate upon it, and I think I already probably am speaking a little too much. That said, let's just jump into it. I've been talking too much. Let's just go into Ace Attorney. Last time on Ace Attorney, by the way, we figured out. Oh, I should mention. Don't look. I should mention. Spoiler alert. Again, if you haven't played Greatest Attorney, either catch up. It's like maybe 4 to 5. No, it's more like. No, it's not more like 7 to 8 hours to get to my point, maybe more. Or go watch my VODs. Or if you would prefer to not watch, I totally understand and respect that. Either way, let's begin. Alright, last time we figured out that Grimesley Royalot is actually Nikolina Pavlova. She was going off as this old gentleman because I think she was running away from home. Now, she was trying to explain to us why she ran away from home. Why does she have that tiara that costs around 20,000 rubles, was it? Either way, it's a ton of money. And, you know what? You hold on there. I want to examine some stuff. See, don't touch. Huh? I will tell you what I know last night, but please, you must not touch my things. How do you say, forbid it. Oh, sorry. That's what you should be, young man. What vulgar manners do you have? Poking around a young lady's private belongings? Neither shall I allow it. Hypocrite. Well said, Ryunosuke. Alright, I guess we will not be able to check anything here until we talk to her. So let's talk about last night. Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh! That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Do you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest? Perhaps the steam engine exploded? Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if it had happened. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. Oh, is this her theme music? It's an interesting tone. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything was happening around me. Oh, I see. Alright, so you said you ran away. Can you tell me more about that, though? You've run away from your ballet company, have you? The Novovich Ballet? Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there I want to go to America. I will never dance again. No! No! We will not talk about that song. Not now. Not at this point. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need it to leave. have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of this ship, they have been kind to me. They've let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation to what conundrum I'm not sure, but... So, we have a conundrum. I have absolutely no idea what conundrum I'm talking about, but, yeah, I can't think of anything. So, let's go. Oh, yes, I remember. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Buria stopped by no port last night. That's right, of course. So, how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. That is not your business. Yep, he did say that. Yep, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. I'm sorry, what was that? It is how the Russian newspapers describe one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I am an angel. I intentionally left the microphone on there because I had to take a drink. What? Considering English isn't your mother language, your description is very vivid. Mr. Shaws once said, I can never resist the touch of the dramatic. Isn't Miss Pavlova is the same? A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't seem like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. Alright, so, since you're not being fully 100% honest, can we just go ahead and talk about your friend? So, the friend you mentioned inside a traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh please, don't tell any of the crew. If they find my precious... Then the burly Russians will bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. So what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? Is it? It is, isn't it? Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Ha! You create Russia as a land of small rabbits, do you? Don't they have small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no idea. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? He must be a shaken. What are you on? Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, And when adversity strikes, it can satisfy the needs of existence. So you eat your friends. I'll remember that. And it's not a chicken. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret to be not to be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something you'd like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. I think I know what you're talking about. Okay. And it's this! Can I show you this? I'm actually a university student from the Empire of Japan, you see. That means nothing to me. I mean... No, I wouldn't. Mr. Naruhodo, if you're determined to find your Yumei badge, at least choose a Japanese person who might recognize it. Miss Susato, can I show you this? Maybe later. She's just like, not now. I can show you Inspector Hosonaga too. Okay, so that's not it. Let's talk about Kazuma's diary though. I think that's what we need to do. Okay, so this is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. when it looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see. It's up there in the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabins are connected together. Oh! Miss Pavlova, has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean anything to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything. Oh. Somebody's coming in? Excuse me, Mr. Roylo. That was quick. That was quick. Yes, what? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. All right, I will come now. What? You must leave. No. Oh, no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylet. Get out! The passenger said out. Do you want me to throw you out? Looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. Oh, at least you tried. Unless somebody else just like said nothing. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown out into the passageway outside. Oh, I would have loved to see that. Oh, come on! I was this close. If I had known, I would have kept playing a little bit more. Okay. But that's fine, that's fine. Let's just save and continue. Okay. Gosh, even with all the talk I did before, this was literally like 15 minutes. I could have just keep going. Keep going. 9th of January, SS Burya, first class cabin passageway. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we managed to find some clue as to what that speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine... be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past the sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. Alright. Can't talk to this guy. Is there anything I want to examine here? Anything new? We can talk to him if we wanted. Just want to see if there's anything new. Well, there's that. I don't know if I can go there. So let's talk. So let's talk to him. We know he's not gonna go anywhere, but you know. I really wish we had a chance to look around Miss Palova's cabin. What? Why you look like that? You want something? Maybe. You want me to throw you out again, No, definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out, I'll show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? No, understand. Maybe I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruto-san. Unfortunately, you're right. So, what's this? The door leads to the second class area. And it's locked. I can't open it. No, well, is this the reason? No, well, no one wants to let the murderer escape. Gosh, you gave me a very stern look when you say that. Okay, so we know we can't go that way. What's the deal with me choosing this? First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. It's not our cabin. It's Kazuma-sana's. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. Anyway, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga has managed to uncover any new clues. Yes, we should probably find him and ask. Alright, so that's... We have a heading. Let's go back into the cabin. Alright. We haven't business spent a while, have we? Alright. Oh, I like how she gives a little thing about every other friends about Kazuma's cabin. We haven't visited this place in a while, have we? Very much hinting as to the fact that we could check and see if there's more things. And then Miss Pavlov cabins, you know, saying we shall never be able to get in the other cabin with Seaman Stroganoff in the way. Yep. I like how she gives slight hints about, yeah, we should go next here, or maybe we haven't explored everything there is to do here. If this keeps up, then this is a nice little quality of life change addition to the series. And I would like something like this in future Ace Attorney games. Please let there be future Ace Attorney games. Dear Capcom, please. I bought all the previous... What do you want me to do? Buy the trilogy again? I don't want to buy the trilogy again. I played it on DS. I played them multiple times on DS. But you know what? I will get the trilogy. On sale. 9th of January, the SS Gloria, first class cabin number 1. Looks like they're still investigating it here. Yes, on that subject. I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. Oh, what do you mean unscathed? Surely I haven't forgotten, have you, Naruto-san? Do you remember what he said about allowing you to out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life in the line for you. Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us too. You never know. Where is he? Okay, he was just outside with you. Anything new that we can glean from anything? Just checking. Really? Him, and this. So what about this? All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin. Neatly arranged on the shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh yes, and you tidied them up, didn't you? You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things aren't tidy. These are rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in the cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. So by bringing up her pet on board, Miss Pavlovas has broken rules. She called it her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form his friend takes us yet. I'm almost certain that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin. A friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think. Anything wrong? You! Where did you go? Oh, sorry. I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hosonaga did. That new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into a ball and throw him in cold room. He's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble in our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. It could be a very long time for Naruto-san. I mean, we... Huh. This again. Not the bed, not this. Okay. Anything here? Okay. So it's clear that these lines were written with the ink that was somehow spilled on the floor, and they spelled the Russian word for wardrobe. It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruto-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly unambiguous, he should have just spelled out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written these last words, or word, in Russian. Exactly! I've been saying that all along. He barely knows, he doesn't even know French, and Russian is a tougher language to learn than French, I think. At least to me. It feels like Russian is even, maybe it's because, well, my native language is Spanish. I can speak in Spanish. Yo puedo hablar en español todo lo que me da la gana y yo puedo decir, yo puedo hablar hasta los codos con español si quieren que yo hable en español. But maybe that's why French is easier for me to say I could probably learn French, and Russian seems a little more difficult. But still, to someone who knows Japanese and finds French difficult, I think Russian would be even more difficult than that. So no, I don't think Kazuma would know much of anything Russian. Which begs the question, who did write it? Exactly. So this is where Kazuma spent his final moments writing his diary. 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. It looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Looking at his writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma-san left us a valuable clue in these words. I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruto-san. We will. You bet your sweet potatoes we will. Alright, oh wait. What about this grill? What about it? Oh. So his ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right. And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it. If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it. But she seems as baffled as we are. I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. Alright, time to talk to you, Inspector Hosonaga. You know, thinking about it, let me look at this, what this game does. No. No, can't do that, sorry. Wait. A, X, A, B, L, R. here, and then I think, do you use the L for anything? I need to figure out, do you use the L button for anything? Because if you don't use the L button for anything, then that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 buttons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I'm doing something interesting later on, but not now. Holy crap! Huh, you're back. Inspector! What happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe? I told the captain that giving you permission to investigate. He told me he'd pummel with his fist and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line that he had to. Well, thanks for your efforts, we now know a little about the neighborhood, the cabin. Yes, I still understand. Oh. I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes? I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. Alright, so the newly minted, newly beaten Inspector Hosonaga has some information for us. And I hope you don't mind me shouting out at the fact that we had somebody else watching here, you know. Of course, come in, have a seat. You may chat and talk about what you find here or not, you know. It's all fine, you know. But, you know, I'm playing here Greatest Attorney, and just know I'm on chapter 2, so there might be some spoilers abound, but feel free to stick around. So the cabin next door. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, so you know who she is. Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know it? The graceful angel. You know what? I don't put it past you. I don't put it past you being a ballet fan. Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Huh? How? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Did we learn nothing from the previous case? Now I definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. There is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Huh? What? Gimme. Just do tell us, Inspector, please. Okay, some new information. Now come on. This might make the case. Let's do this. So what's this information you have, Inspector? The body's medical officer has finished the examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, Kasuma's postmortem report. Kasuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae. It was written on the report. Ow. His neck was broken. Ow. Yes. It would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as yet. The fact that there are no signs of wound suggests it may have been a blunt object. Something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. Hold the body's nerves run through the spine of the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound will be left. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. Ah, Inspector Hosonaga, please don't die. Huh? After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Yes, that's right. The inspector trusts me more than he trusts you. More than you trust me, I should say, sorry. That inspector trusts me, then you must trust me more than you trust me. Why? Why don't you trust me? Anyway, the post-mortem report, a report from the SS Border Medical Officer, giving the cause of death as a cervical spine injury. There were no traces of internal injury or poison. Alright. That's kind of sad. But we do have to speak about this great detective. Oh, Mr. Schultz is here, wasn't he? Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish! That's what he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. Oh! It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass, do you see? I thought that was blood, but it's actually shoe polish? Oh, perhaps he was talking about this brick color mark. Do you think? Oh, yes. That must be it. But how would Mr. know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is this, Susan-san? Susan-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? Sort of dark brownish red then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I have to repair them for him. Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuff on the floor? A piece of yes, and what it looks like a scuff mark because Kazuma's shoes were found by the victim's body. So we got two new pieces of evidence and some interesting information. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring to the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh, no. Well, I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, since I have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. I still have a headache though. Alright, so let's look over the two new pieces of evidence we got. First is a post-mortem report. Okay, victim male, Far Eastern. Time of death, something between 1 a.m. and a little past 2 a.m. Cause of death, damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. So whatever hit it didn't really leave an obvious sign of damage, even though it hit him in the back of the neck. Mark on the floor. So another mark on the floor seems to be a scuff mark. So, and I still think that looks more like a bell. So we need to figure out what looks bell shaped. And as soon as we find something that looks bell shaped, we know we have a person. All right. So this is a scuff mark. So the point of the scuff mark seems like it starts here and ends here. I think this is the origin and the end of the scuff mark. So thinking in that way, it seems to me that this okay. Another thing I want to show, because now I'm starting to piece things together. Because if it's moving towards the door, it means that where let me go to examine real quick. Kazuma is pointing this way, and he was face down when he was discovered, which means the body was moved. Because if the scuff mark shows that he was probably caked in and he fell over this way, which would kind of make sense considering that some of this stuff is just strewn about this way, then that means that his body was moved to be here, because it better serve to make people think that Kazuma was pointing this way, that the aggressor was this way, and of course there's these words. This also seems that shows that there are signs of a struggle, and I'm not even an expert. I'm just saying there are signs of a struggle. This points that he was either hit, and he went this way. He fell around this place, which means the only way that Naruhodo-san could have killed him and left this mark is if Naruhodo would have quietly cut out of here and hit him, which does not correspond to the signs of struggle. I love doing this sort of stuff, you know. I love trying to come up with sort of stuff. Okay, we can't converse with anybody. Anything else we can examine? Not this knife. This knife does not. I think everything I wanted to investigate here has been investigated. I think it's about time for me to walk away. And you are not gonna... Sorry, wrong button. And you are not gonna tell me no. Alright. Alright, so new things happening now in the passageway. Huh! Look, Naruhodo-san. Seems strong enough has gone. Strong enough? Ah! It's a double pun! Be strong enough, and he's strong enough. Double pun. the burly sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. Oh, all these Russian names are impossible to remember. I guess we can go inside. Tra-la-la. You hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-lay. I did it the great detective way. He's Caroline. I know that lark-like voice. Never mind that now. This is a great opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Pavlova's cabin so we can and investigate. Definitely, before that stringy knot crewman comes back. It's drug enough, not stringy knot. Anyway, let's go inside. Yeah, we need to. See, we need to spend a little more time investigating. That's cool. So now we're in Miss Pavlova's cabin, and I do believe we left something or someone inside. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato-san? Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are private things. There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san, by ourselves as we have to. Yes, we will. Alright, so apparently nobody's here. Apparently. So let's examine as much as we can. I don't understand. Are you there? Sorry, I'm right here. Yes, why? Good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside of a wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. Unfortunately. Okay. Now, as I do, I investigate every nook and cranny. So, excuse me. There's one of those next to the. There's one of those next to the betting customer's cabin too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug too. You know that's a bad idea. You know that's an idea with us trying to get. I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Sheesh, girl. Oh my gosh. Little bit of water. Sheesh, girl. Okay. So this ventilator connects to customer's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool. She must have been to open the ventilator into another room. Maybe it's so that if there's gas leaks next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise an alarm? Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, customer wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. So we don't know. Do we really want to check the door? We're gonna check everything. Who knows? This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolts run across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside. It's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, you wouldn't slide across its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal. There's no change of trickery used in madness to unbolt it from the outside. And it seals up perfectly too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of theories for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Yeah. Okay, so this might be something similar. Ah yes, there is one is coming too. Look, the SS were just rules of passage. Passengers must keep weapons out of dangerous objects in the cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. She's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. Just hope Siemens Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh, yes. So do I. Speaking of untidy, all the books are toppled over here together. Look, every single one. Do you think there's a god of the sea, perhaps? It's double tooth, though. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In customer's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a beautiful ballet pose. It fell against the bookcase? I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. Must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage? Not everything bad that happens on this ship is because of me, you know. At least you didn't try. Well, anyway, I spoke too soon. I'll set them all straight again there. I don't like seeing things disarray. Well, nothing particularly exciting here. I'm gonna leave that for last. I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. Ah, do you think? Do I think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What? A leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? You seem this deep, but it's empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are a very thirsty people. Ha! There are lots of thirsty people out there, Ryunosuke, you'll see. Or because Miss Lovikin only came into this cabin last night. She hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet? I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather rushed tonight, aren't you, Naruto-san? Yes, I am. Nothing to report here, nothing here. But let's check the rubbish bin. I suppose every cabin has a waste basket. Wait, per basket? Shall we have a little look and see what's being thrown away? Naruto-san, it's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know? Oh, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, there are special circumstances, I think. These are special circumstances. Exactly. We have no choice. Anything here? There's hardly anything in here at all. I guess that's a no. Oh well, it's a little disappointing. Okay, there are just a few books on the desk. Nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova generally years run away from the police station. Hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. You were saying that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruto-san. Kindly remember that. Yeah, I forgot the part where I asked. You just went. Okay. Let me shut up while I'm ahead. Let's look at this thing that I intentionally left behind. Oh my! Sir Love's case is open. It should have been the first thing I looked at, but it's like, come on. It's completely empty inside. But according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in here. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria. I wonder what kind of animals she had in there. And more to the point... where is it now? Yeah, I pressed that button by mistake. Anything else that looks like we could investigate? That we haven't investigated yet? Can't really talk to Susato-san. Books. Yeah, doesn't like anything else. Alright. I don't know. It seems like there could be something here that could be like some sort of evidence, but there isn't anything. Like, I checked everything and there's no new piece of evidence. Yeah, it looks like everything that could be checked. I visited thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. I'll have to look at that, see if that happens later on. Anyway, let's get out of here and see what happens. Okay, let's go back to the passageway. Alright, let's see if there's anything new to examine here. Of course. Why did I think for 1 second that he would be just doing something normal? Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes, Lick. Wow, you never know when he's gonna turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Yeah, it seems that I kinda didn't notice that he was there, so... Tra-la-la-la, tra-la-la-lay, I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. You think he hasn't noticed us? We're simply extremely high spirits. Yes, there were times I'm sure. Oh. Oh. Oh, he knows that song. When did the song came out initially? Because it feels it's a little bit ahead of his time. Yes, there were times I'm sure you knew when the yard bit off more than it could chew. I know I'm not a good singer. You don't have to say it. I'm not a good singer. In fact, I shouldn't sing at all. And through it all, when there was doubt, distrust in her, luck was about. Excuse me. I sold it all and stood tall. I lost the plot for the song how it went. I did it all the great detective. I'm sorry. It just like I don't know. I kind of lost how the song went. Mr. Sholmes! Oh, what is it? You want to fight? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, and just about to reach the climatic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never gonna stop, or so I figured now's a good time to say any. I very nearly dropped on the floor with one of my famous, like to the floor. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. All right, I get the picture. Now will you put those fists away? Fists away. Mr. Sholmes? You seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily-built crewman who's usually on guard here. Ah, yes, the ship's log. And do you find anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy. It's inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman of stands sentry in this first-class passageway, and he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report. Precisely. Put it simply, his unit writes nothing to report when there's just that. And yet... the ship's log for last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post. And he didn't write what had happened? What kind of circumstances? What happened? Well, it remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. No, so significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribbling nothing to report in the vlog. In the log! Not blog. Come on. There are more important details. I will stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Alright, so we got the ship's log, a record kept by the crew assigned to the first-class cabin area. There are virtually no entries from 2 a.m. until early this morning. Now, that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand why my way is. I see what makes Sholmes Sholmes. A brilliance. Oh, what is it? Are you hurt? Oh, no, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. And nothing more. By chance, what did you eat last night? Well, my friends, until our next encounter. I'm thinking Naruhodo had a headache. Um, like, what's the thing that could make Naruhodo have a headache? And does it correlate to Sholmes and Hosonaga having headaches as well? I wonder, and I think it probably does. Well, he's still singing to himself. I can hear it. He's wandering up the passageway. Hmm. Is something wrong, Sasatana-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just... Well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. Sort of continuous throbbing. You too. So we know that there is a headache going on. Oh, you know what? No, it's not the food. It's the hissing sound. It's the hissing sound. I'm almost certain the hissing sound is what makes this whole thing going on. The whole thing that's going on. Anyway, I don't think there's anything new to check here. That log is gone. I guess we could look in here, but you know, Miss Pavlova's cabin. This could be a chance. What? The Brulisians appear to be around at the moment. We could investigate every last inch of the cabin. I'm not sure we could go that far, but we could certainly do looking around more. I'm sure we could learn something. Yes, the only thing we needed to check that was not. Alright, let's move. Oh, let's see what it says. Okay, let's go in here again. Let's see if there's anything here that I'm missing. What? What's that? What the? What's going on? Game. I need. Shut down engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter mile forward. Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands, brace for impact. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? Oh, it gets dead! Susan-san, hold on to me! Ah! What was that? Susan, are you alright? Were you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruto-san. I was like, I wanted to, but I realized I still have my... looks like we avoided a collision. I think... Yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruto-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello, is anybody in here? Shout if you need assistance. That sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga, okay. Is that you in there, Naruto-san? Unbolt the door, quickly! What? The bolt? I'm sorry, what? You saying the door got bolted because... A lot of things... A lot of things don't make sense. Sorry. A lot of things coming in, but I think they're starting to make sense for me. Look at that. The door's bolted? Did you do that, Suzuki-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And... Look at all the books! They're just like they were before again. And there we go. Somebody must have hit the key, hit the brakes on the tree, on the thing, and that's what made the door be bolted. Wow, such a simple way of making a locked room mystery. So because of that, actually, we can easily say that Naruhodo-san is not the prime suspect anymore. In fact, literally everybody on this ship, no, any crew member on this ship is a suspect now. I'm sorry, Hosonaga, that includes you. Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? Oh, yeah. I better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop has solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin would not be pleasant. I hurried around, tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Oh! We just going to the next chapter. Or going to the next part. That didn't last. That lasted barely an hour. No, not even an hour. Huh. Okay. Anyway, I want to stop here for a second. I'm not gonna stop streaming. I just want to stop for a second because I wanna. I just wanna just think over what we just happened. I also want to drink some water. All right. So, quick thoughts about what's going on. So, according to the information we have, we always know that Hasan is innocent. But I've always suspected that somebody, like a crew member, could have done it, because crew members are the only other people who would know this person is here. The question is, how do you create the lockroom mystery? And that's just been solved. Somebody put the brakes on the ship, just enough so that the locks on those doors could easily be closed. And that way, it seemed like nobody outside of the room could have been a suspect, but in reality, this proves that everybody outside of the room could potentially be a suspect, and doubly so has to be a crew member, because they had to have access to the engine room, to the control room. I don't know how you call it, so that they could like halt the ship even for like for a couple seconds. There's also the fact that I do believe the headaches and the hissing sound are connected, so that means that using that, somebody decided to make everybody fall asleep. Oh my gosh, this case is getting wilder. Anyway, let's continue. So, Imaginary says Spurgeon Miss Pavlov's cabin. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? She put look on hurt. Good. Yes, we're fine. Thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report though. Oh? How did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought we saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere. This first class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Ah! You wicked intruder, dressed all in black. You are the devil. Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first. You opened my traveling case. How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector. Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He is a criminal. It is not enough that he has killed a man. Duh! And he is stowaway as well. If Vixen promises to not steal chicken, do you believe? Take him away. He is a trespasser as well as everything else. Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She is right. You are devil. It doesn't look good, does it? There is cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we talk in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, Sal? Please, Inspector Uzanaga, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. It is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. Oh boy. So what do? We need to... we can't talk to anybody. We can't present any evidence to anybody. So let's... I guess... we can talk to people like this. And I guess there's nothing else to... Really? Really? Everything else is check up. What the hell? This guy! Game, what are you doing to me? He's like, I only do this, and then... What's with all this? I can't handle this thing. Okay, going right to left, starting with Hosonaga. You got yourself in a difficult situation here. By entering this cabin and invited him in. Sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue. I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face will be the least of my worries. I'm really sorry. I have to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Pavlov's cabin. Now this has happened, I'll have to report to the captain at once. I really need some help here. I need a savior to rescue me from this crisis. Come on, dude. You know! Come on. Please, just give me a little more time. I do nothing for you. Except show you way to prisons. Except show you way to ship's prison cell. Thanks, but no thanks. I'm innocent. I didn't kill anyone. I'm trespassing and stowing away. You know, sometimes life can lead you down some unusual avenues, and, well... Enough! You are guilty! Ship's cell is only place fit for you! Come on, there has to be someone, some savior to rescue me from this crisis. Alright. Please, Miss Pavlova, can I get out? Listen, I'm sorry that we snuck in here without your permission, but get out now! We just needed to investigate in here to help understand what happened to... That probably says get out in Russian, but of course, I don't know Russian, so I'm not gonna pretend that I know how to read that. It's no use. She's not gonna listen. Need to find someone who will. A savior. Someone who is stupid enough to actually let me do the talking. Or actually, you know, stupid enough to actually try and investigate this sort of thing. What the... Yep, that's what my exact same reaction. What are you doing up there? Mr. Schultz? Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles fills someone's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? Unfortunately, you have. This is neutral foolery, my boy. No. Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles. Naturally. I wish to determine if you will bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Oh, you again, the great detective. Inspector. I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak! An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night, here on this vessel, the steamship Bruria, has been solved. By me, naturally. Let me see the history. Okay. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all of your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Greatly! Okay, please. Ha! You have solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing student boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. It's this boy's stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it! The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. And here comes a new piece of evidence that we found. So let's talk about that. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Duh! Locked room! That is point! The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin, despite the bolted door. Sorry. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it keeps on open at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man. The ventilator? You think this is funny? You cannot even put arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening. It's not possible. But it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. You wouldn't suggest. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean you wouldn't suggest? Are you referring to the worst Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. At 1:35 a.m. what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I'm about to expose to you all to see will shock you to the core. Behold! What the? I had a suspicion that it was a snake, but I didn't know it was such a huge snake. Hey buddy, how you doing? How's the family? Yeah, just tell him I'm gonna be there on the weekend. Yeah. No, I do not want to date your sister. No. No. No matter how much you try, no. Not even, no. You're not even paying me. I'm going to do it, okay? I'm sorry, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm sorry for you, Snake-san. Your sister is ugly. Oh, she's just molting? Sure, and well, she's been molting for the past 7 years. So no. Anyway. I think you should get out from Stroganoff, because I don't want him to think I'm even more guilty than I am right now. Okay? I don't want Naruhado-san to lose this case right now. Allow me to introduce you to all to the band, the speckled band. A snake? Indubitably. Wait, you're suggesting that this thing constricted itself. This snake, sorry, not thing, sorry. Sorry. I am ashamed to my own snake kind. You're saying that this snake constricted itself around around my friend's Kazuma-san's neck and broke the neck like that, and he couldn't like take it out. That's why there were signs of stroke, because he was trying and he just went around all over the place, and he fell, and he was killed like that. See, that is very convenient, and I would love it if that is the truth, because like, you know, problem solved. Let's just take the snake out of the place. I'm sorry, girl, but there's still the matter of the Russian words, and the fact that the locked room mystery was created because of the breaking the thing, the ship. But this is, I mean, it does have a part to play, but we have to see what it is. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it a striped band, wouldn't you? You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? I'm not gonna say a word. Let's continue. How exactly? I think perhaps it's time to explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Here we go. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man to die, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn for the facts. Number one, last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No! She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi? It looks like he can't speak with that snake coil around his head. Better this way. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs from the long friend in your neck. So, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. So, we're doing this again. Okay, I'm gonna say something before we begin. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna start saying something to begin. Is this what's gonna be the case? What's gonna be the game? Cause I gotta say, well, not the game, but at least this case. Is this case gonna be like that? Are we not gonna have like a courtroom section? Cause it seems kind of weird that we don't have a courtroom section. It feels more like the Miles Ashford investigation games than anything else, which is okay, a great marriage of the two. Just give me a case where it's more like investigations and less about courtroom drama. But I was promised courtroom drama. I hope at least the next case has more courtroom drama, because it feels like this is all there is in this game. Not that investigations are a bad thing, it's just... Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin that portentous night? Why, naturally, he was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we'll see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations in the night in question tell of a speckled band. Please, Mr. Snake, be good for all snake kind. I'm trying to build a channel here. Whereas regrettably, the specimen's markings do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. But it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's slow skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin. No? I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator invisible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent suddenly descended onto the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, it's a rare breed of snake, whose markings change each time it loads its skin. A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. And so through this identity, a beloved speckled snake. Oh, we have another topic. How Mr. Asoki died. This is a tough one. Moving on, come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data which I have been appraised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Oh, no. Now, if we take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine there remains evidence in the firm of it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased's body would prove the cause of death conclusively. There almost, or not quite, imperceptible puncture wounds left by venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. There is no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, did you not? But now, your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was relentless inside, no doubt. You don't. It is telling that the victim made note of a low, whistling sound when he heard minutes before his hand. That was your signal, was it not? The sign you had used to train your serpent friend. Train? Indeed. You put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period of time, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared to not have been dispatched, you release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training? It's not true! Having slithered through the ventilator down the bell cord, this creature need only sink his fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, and ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the spectral band that took the young poor man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. Dude. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Okay. I need to take this all in, because he's not 100% wrong, but he definitely like takes a one bad turn and everything else just goes with it. So to me, just looking at this, it's just like, why? A big fat why. So, give me a second. So, let's keep going and see what do we need to do then. What else should we do? Because, yeah, it's a little bit unbelievable. Excuse me, something just happened with... Okay, there we go. I need to make sure I'm streaming. Still streaming. Alright. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There, on the floor, he will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is a key to training any creature. Incredible! You solved the mystery! Like, he's gonna take it. I will take it. Amazing, your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Sherlock Holmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russian said, I could have done it with one left hand. Susato? Seriously, Susato, let's just take this win and leave. Can I vent your opinion, Mr. Holmes? But of course. What's on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method. I will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all... Here she comes. Here she goes. Snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, ma'am. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Oh. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. Doubt Miss Buffalo would use some other trick to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Oh. Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake by whistling. But madame, what are the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute? I think perhaps the performers play the music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept as to practically be useless. Then take it out on the snakes, Mr. Holmes. There is one other thing. You want more? Snakes use their scales and their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure what a snake could climb up a flat bell cord like the ones on these cabins. Then you should try harder. Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Holmes. Point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it wouldn't come back without help. What I'm trying to say is, that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. Well, brought down a peg or two by Susato-san. She's getting familiar with you, so she's gonna do this sort of stuff. Be ready for them. And that just leaves us to square one. On square one. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Jones' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give this a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down your wrist again. What? Okay, can we keep him this way? You done it again. Your hand has a gun. Where did it go? Fear not, I shall see them restored after our work is done. I really wish you leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present its logic and reasoning spectacular. So, let's do some course correction. Alright. So we need to go through his deductions piece by piece and see what parts are not right. Okay, so it's all over. I don't become the following. There was nothing to do with me. Yeah, you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you cause it, your working hard smarts with pain. So here's where we need to figure something out. She does have a pain expression in her face. Yes, yes, that's true. She looks as though kissing some instead is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Jones had read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment and really look closely at Miss Pavlova. Alright. Oh! What the heck is... We got history, we got right ear, the left ear. Oh, what is this claw mark?
Yes!
Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw mark smudged with paint. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive a scratch sometime last night? When I think about the young man that died in the store, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So yes, what was the nature of the intruder that saw into the... Okay, let's see. Why naturally was the friend which boarded the vessel, was it not? Okay. So yes, the friend was it? Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent you see before us. Not quite, because we see that it seems like that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by his friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet which claws may grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What is the true identity of this friend of hers? We should follow her case, Naruto-san. That's where we'll find the answer. Alright, so... Wait a minute. Did we see this thing? To frame. We've seen everything except the photo... Really? What is this? What? You're looking at this frame photographic print, weren't you, Miss Pavlova? But let's not be distracted by the print itself. Oh no. It's the frame that you frame, isn't it? Because it's so beautifully display whatever you put inside it. What particularly contrived logic led you to this mindless conclusion? Look at the picture! That can't be wrong! Oh, well, it's supposed to be logic, reason, and spectacular, so I thought I'd contribute to the show. This is my show, Mr. Hello. Kindly perform any particular experiments on your own stage. Sorry. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? I'm sorry, what did I do wrong? Okay. Alright. I have a feeling that it was this bit of love edge flicker. Because friends continue. Well, we're all different, aren't we? Whatever we must say about it, that's what it feels. I don't think I'll say anything about it then. You and the people can discuss instead. Wait, that's not what I meant. Okay, so let's investigate the photograph frame then. Before we present it. Ah, look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. The bell! The bell! Oh my gosh, we found the bell! We found the bell! I was wondering about that bell and we finally found it! She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true. But personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we better take a closer look at this. So, look at the little cat Miss Pavlova is cuddling there. Oh, what a cute little kitten! I could fight with you, couldn't I? For the blackest outfit, I could fight with you. A black kitten. And from the looks of this picture at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it. So we present the kitten in itself.
Yes!
Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Ah, yes. The scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations and questions by a psycho band, whereas regrettably, these specimens marking do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? Don't look at me. This is not to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this query now. Hidden behind your back. Okay. Yes, that which you're trying to find it to conceal may only be the snake's slow skin. Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would ever have known. Oh yes, place like that are Mr. Sean's specialty. He's always so cleverly forced to reveal something. I thought deduction was his specialty, or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Right? Let's see. That doesn't look like a slow skin. Okay, let's investigate further about this. Well, it is speckled and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy, like a long piece of cloth of some sort. Oh! And that looks like a handle at one end. I think maybe a cat's toy? Maybe a cat's toy? It's sort of common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they bounce to catch it. That's just positively adorable. So now we know this is a cat's toy. So let's present it.
Yes!
That's really good, so we have to investigate the area before we talk about it. Otherwise, that is gonna be a problem. Yes, the thing you're trying but failing to conceal is a cat's toy. Precisely, and the true nature of the now infamous speckle band. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator to the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah! Yep, that sounds about right. In summary, the nature of this friend is Miss Pavlova's, in which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. A truly loathsome feline, John Darka is proven to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. And we got the picture of Pavlova and Darka, the photograph of Miss Pavlova and her friend, a kitten named Darka. The tiara she would wear on stage can also be seen. I want to see that right now. It was after I gave her food last night. I want to see the picture real quick. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up to the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she is so naughty. So the truest entity is a beloved kitten. Alright, let's move on to the part 2. Will this resolve how Mr. Asogi died? No, but we'll see. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the green demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life and why? According to the data which I saw, it appears that Mr. Asogi's injury, that much is correct. In fact, the second of the victim that cannot be strained by a terrible venom. Mr. Son says it's true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. But Mr. Sean seems to be unaware of the one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it seems so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. Alright. So let's bring the piece of evidence that I got, which is the post-mortem report.
Yes!
In fact, the circumstances behind the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah yes, I knew it was one or the other. Really? His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath will be strong enough to survive that. Seaman strong enough isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury's out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm that it is the scene of the crime. No, how could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something, or someone. Yes. That's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found though. Presumably Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose it's possible he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible added misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe for Kazuma-sama though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this seduction somehow. Is there anything from this scene that could explain what happened? Give me a second. Yeah, still need water. So what could we find from the scene of the crime that could explain... Let's see, nothing recorded. He forgot all this time. Oh my gosh. Alright. An examination of the deceased body will prove the cause. I think we should go back to the postmortem report. I think it's the most postmortem report again. There's also this. If he died instantly, then there was no chance for him to write this. And this is very important. I don't think that's the evidence the game wants me to show, but I think, in a sense, that's probably gonna come into play. So let's go with this.
Yes!
No? What precisely was intention with that, Mr. Naruhodo? Just for a natural progression of deduction. Sometimes the truth hurts. Well, the truth is, you didn't have a turn for observation and deduction. Did that hurt? Yes, a lot. Yeah, sorry. Okay, maybe it is that picture. Maybe it is time to show that picture. Alright. Let's show the picture then.
Yes!
What? That deduction was wanted in every way. Yes, it was wanting you to hear it. I'm quite proud of it. I find myself wanting never to have heard it. I'm quite pained by it, in fact. Oh, sorry. I'll try again. Okay. Save's coming because I can. So it's... Okay, what piece of evidence do I need? Okay, let's look at the history real quick. Is there anything from the scene that would explain what happened? Oh! Let's see. What about this? A piece of small glass object and what looks like a scuff mark made by customer's shoes were found by the victim's body. Okay, it has to be something that explains the cause of death. I'm going to go for this and see what this brings.
Yes!
Really? Mention the mark on the floor will show the cause of death. Okay. Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Oh, sorry. Shoe polish? I thought that was... Yeah, but you know, shoe polish. Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results, the undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match with the color of Mr. Asuki's lace leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at a point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And, by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against an immovable object as he fell on the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asugi lost his life? Yes, the facts are clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the... No, I'm sorry. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now, your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. I don't believe it. Guess Mr. Man merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. But... And if this part of Mr. Shon's seduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here, in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. Okay. Let's see. Let's look inside the traveling case a bit more. Okay, this is where Miss Pavlova hid her friend. That's right, and it wasn't a snake after all. Nope, it was a little kitten she calls Darka. Not that it's anywhere to be seen now. It seems to have let itself out the case and gone exploring. I expect it's wrapped itself around someone's head somewhere trying to make a new friend. Either that or it's crashing our hand to pieces. Point is, where has it got to? Okay, nothing here to investigate. The tiara? What about the tiara? Somebody appears to have dropped 20,000 rubles here. It hasn't been dropped out of the sand. It's been placed. I'm starting to sound like Mr. Sholmes. Stop trying to sound like the great detective. The wastebasket? This is a wastebasket. Paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them. But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish here yet. What's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you. Okay. So we found what we needed to. Let's present.
Yes!
That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's dead in that waste paper basket. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And, as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. No. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider that what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which has evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't know. In that hush Russian accent of yours, one saved you this time, dear. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. Evidence linking Miss Pavlova to the little glass bell. That would be this. Oh, we can examine it. Oh. And here it is. I'm sorry, I'm just too much of a kid. Okay, it says.
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth was caught with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night is so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feeling frame, Darka. I'm so sorry, Pavlova. I actually do like you, it's just... we have to get to the bottom of this, okay? I don't think you had a direct hand in killing this dude, but you know, we need to go to the bottom of this. I couldn't. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Death by tripping over a cat. Why does that not sound quite right? Deduction complete. That doesn't sound quite right for me. I'm sorry. But we'll see. Hmm. Oh boy. Uh, okay. Just give me a moment. I will be right back after these messages. Okay, and we are ready to go back. Sorry about that delay, but I am ready to continue with uh, trying to get Pavlov, trying to get the truth from Pavlova. Let's go. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. I was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it. Yes. And I had read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed to Darka with me. Yes. Modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it safe to try and lure the kitten back again, by dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound the customer wrote about in this diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. So I guess I can I actually maybe take away the possibility of the whistling sound being the sound of some like gas going through the ventilation and knocking people out, and thus giving people the headaches the next morning? Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Guess someone was. From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Bruja is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. It means Rasogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitchen got under his feet. The combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? What of it, Fit? I mean, we haven't found the kitten yet, that's for sure. In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least. When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared what they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right. Where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it? And where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing aboard this ship? Oh, look. Snake made a friend. Look, oh. Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Pirosco. What? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, but how did a snake get into his cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Huh. We are a city for 1 year. You want to be so long without a close friend? Without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Pirosco does not have venom. He is harmless, very long, but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. It's venomless. Yes, now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, he will say big smile. And you feed him what exactly? Milk, I suppose? Ha! Like they say in milk chickens? Like they say in milk chickens? Ridiculous! Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Pirosco eat mouses! Big, fat, round mouses! Ah, oh, so... Is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course! How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right about now. And you were saying? He refuses to drink milk. He can't hear a whistle. He can't climb up a bell cord, and he's not even venomous. How the deuce? There's something so inept startle than the starting roll. Ah, the ironing. It is not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Pirosco has nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. I know. Something's just not right. This can't be true. There's something that doesn't quite add up. Susato? Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Mikotaba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events, an accident. I'm not a great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yes. Oh man, can we just take the win and leave? There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Hold! Come on, man! Especially as they're on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is in the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. I'm sure of it. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. Anything you have to say yourself? So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should wonder first is the victim who lost his life at the cabin. The victim who lost his life at the cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first place. But we already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident.
Hold it!
Hold up. Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right here in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. Oh, what could it be? I think this is where this picture comes into play. Because if it were an accident, Then why is there a writing in Russian? That's what I'm thinking.
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asugi could have left his message on the floor. The script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese, in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry? Oh, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Asugi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained here. Damage to the cervical vertebra resulting in instant death. Instant death. Oh! Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asugi's cabin. A remnant, something that couldn't possibly have been there, if what Miss Baslova told us was true. What? So suicide is not true then. According to this message on the floor side, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words... Okay, another piece of evidence. Customer will take over his stores and Jesus. Arena. Whistling sound. Success. Let's see. This one I'm not entirely sure what it's supposed to be. What other piece of evidence could there be? I'm not entirely sure. I'm gonna save them and hopefully I can get to that point. So, another piece of evidence that proves that there's no accident. In other words... I mean, I'm sure it's supposed to have every single piece of evidence I need to be able to do this. I don't think it's this, the postmortem report. I have a question. If the bell is broken, how can we have the other piece here? I didn't actually look at this. If there's anything... Oh yeah, we did. We did look at it. That's okay. I'm not entirely sure. The article about the revolutionary. The article of the prima ballerina. Diary Kasuma. I think I'm gonna go for the mark on the floor, but we'll see.
Yes!
This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass with the kitten had around his neck. We already know all about that. He was broken in half and the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in the logic? Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how do you want to have the bell ended up back here in this cabin? Exactly! How? Yes, I remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no! Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asugi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged this scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yes, there was someone else present and Mr. Asogi's—
Hold it!
You are wasting time! Someone else was there? Duh, of course, we know this! What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. And only other person in cabin when Joe Stoney died was you!
Yes!
Right? It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left the message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen on the floor for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asuki really died. Why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell anyway? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light on the floor there. Little wonder, then, that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you?
Hold it!
Hold it! Seaman Stroganoff. Seaman Stroganoff? Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship, a member of ship's band. Ah, you do not accuse the ship's angel of being criminal. So that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that's not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective. You should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Yeah, it's impossible. He's right. But wait, I read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside. Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors that one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel, with not a gap in sight, no threads or needles or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so... So Sam, could you shift it? How could you shift it on me like that? So, Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door could have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? And finally we can talk about this moment. A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside. One way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Schultz means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside. Alright. I need some water, please. Okay. So, it's not this. It is. Oh, I can't. Okay. It's this.
Yes!
Yes. This is it. This shows how it was done. Certainly shows how something was done, I concur. In fact, it's an excellent way to show how easy it is to jump to the wrong conclusions. Oh, but a truly dismal way to show how the bolt could be made to slide shut from the outside of the cabin. You really need to say truly dismal? Truly can't. Actually, at all, can it? I'm sure that it is. Something on the back of my mind tells me so. Really? You really know what Mr. Schultz means, Mr. Editor? Yes, and so should you, because we've seen it happen. Alright. So. Okay, so we need to figure out what telling signs the method that was used to slide the cabin doors across from the outside. I didn't want to like save scum, but we'll do it if we need to. Alright, so. This is the rules, warning. Oh, there's another warning here, isn't there? Oh! Here it is. Just through this. Not this, this. There we go. I was like...
Yes!
Yes. Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books I fixed that we've had tumble over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe... Yes, this was known as the force of inertia acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susan doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books in the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt in the cabin door. That's right! It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello! Is anybody there? Shout if you need assistance! That sounds like... Inspector Hasanaga. Yes! That's it. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the forces of inertia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asugi was killed, right? I just thought like, because, okay, without spoiling much, because I'm not talking about Danganronpa much. This reminds me of a certain case in Danganronpa. And another locked room mystery with a deadbolt like similar to that. It's like, how do you close the deadbolt when you're already outside? Obviously the methods were entirely different over there in this side, but the moment I saw deadbolt I thought, Danganronpa. There's something about Danganronpa here. Yeah. But yeah, the SS Buria made another emergency stop. When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books and the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? And when we came to this cabin, you were surprised to see the same thing here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like Mr. Asogi's captain. Oh my! Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You said Burja made emergency stop! It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room? Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button on the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm. And therefore, everybody but the people inside the room are now suspects. Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you no, only to press the button in times of emergency. On dark nights like the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow the crewmen to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait! It was you! When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As it did a little earlier today. You did not! You did not press that button just a few moments ago. Oh my gosh, you idiot! I mean, it helped us, but at the same time, I can't believe this guy. Mr. Jones, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship! I report you to Captain! You are in much trouble now! Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did this ship make an emergency stop? Or did it not? You are idiots! Burja is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop, even in the middle of night, there will be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? It is indeed the ship's log. After all, after 2 p.m., what happened? Biff, do you have anything to say about this?
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff, it is your duty to patrol the first class area of the ship, isn't that right? Ah, that is correct. Why? And the ship's log here. This will be where you record the details of your duties. What are you going with that? What are you doing with that? That is mine! Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau on the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose! That is where I put it always! The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase, nothing to report, every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock until last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log. That is... Duh! Because nothing happened! But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? What are you gonna do? What you gonna do when I got to get ya? What you gonna do when I get you? Indeed so. Which tell us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Korea. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Huh? Why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop you experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point. Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Sholmes? Because it could still be what I think, what I really thought, just not audibly, not an audible hiss that would make like smoke billow out and make people like go fast asleep. Let's see. Part of the throbbing. Sorry? What do you mean? Dude. Sherlock. Just telling you right now. Whatever throbbing you have right now, keep it in your pants. We don't want to see it. Thank you. Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We've all suffered with it. Damn it. No. No. They know. They must know. This is just like... I blame Lucas for this. Like, every time that I have to find something like this. And I was doing so fine, like trying to ignore them. But now it's like they're front and center. I don't... Why? No, please. Oh, yes. I've had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. That's right, my head's been throbbing today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. The dinner was laced. The dinner was laced. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was a throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up at all when that was happening to me? Tell me, Miss Naruhodo, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, did you not? Well, yes? Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? Oh, it's getting more relevant by the minute. My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Mr. Sholmes, you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No, really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tempered by the addition of a soporific, designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug. Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? So no, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal and every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Mr. Sholmes! Well, Seaman? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. What you gotta say? If you refuse to talk, there would be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And, were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over the coals for aiding and abetting a renegade. Oh my gosh! Are you serious? We're going back to this, and it actually makes sense. Well, it doesn't make too much sense. There's still more than going on, but I mean, it makes sense in the sense that we were going to come back to this eventually, yes. So hopefully we'll be able to figure out what the heck's going on here. Okay, aiding and abetting a renegade. This is insane. Please, no more. I will tell everything. Oh! I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. Oh, I think I know what's going on. Pavlova. Pavlova. You are connected to this even more than we thought. And Mr. Stroganoff here was the person who told us about that. You agent. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. So, when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help. Everyone agreed. She threw away everything. Her fame in the ballet. Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. We can now make all drug, how you say, dissolve. Talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was held by Conrad on shore with a small fishing boat, while the passengers of the SS Gorgia slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kasuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal chicken in the cabins. After which, they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Oh, yes! The overwhelming majority of passengers would usually sleep with their cabins door bolted anyway, and so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt on the single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. Stroganoff, what you gotta say for yourself, buddy? Come on. Come on, man. You have to. If you're innocent, you have to sing. Otherwise, you're going down with the ship. Come on, man. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But, I know... Sorry. I don't know any of this. I am just a little girl. You like to speak with long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. You want evidence? A laudable trait. What? What? I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo. Huh? Yeah? Do you hear it? The accusatory cry of guilt in the wind. What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No. You must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Wait, are we doing this now? Okay. Let me see. How long have I been going on? 3 hours, if we count the introductions. Okay, 3 hours streaming. Wow. Am I going to be able to do this whole thing? Because it seems that this is like the final moment which we can expose everything. I'm gonna do something. I'm going to save. And I'm actually... It's been a while, and I want to have at least a small snack. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna leave you guys here. And I wish I had something to say, we'll be right back, but I don't have it. So I'm just gonna leave this like this. I will return real soon. Is there any way that, let me see something. Is there any way I can add like a text? Oh yes, let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, so one thing I want to do, I just want to go and get a quick meal. So I want to see if this works. All right. All right. Let me just. No. Oh, okay. I see. Okay, there we go. Press OK there. Put it in the middle, and do this. Alright. We'll be right back after these messages. Okay, so give me 1 second. Back. Alright. It was a little bit shorter than I thought. Actually, no, wait. You know what? Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So let's take this down and let's continue with the rest of this thing. Okay. Alright, let me just Alright. Alright, if I kind of mute and stop every now and then, I'm sorry. I did bring food, so I'm just gonna be eating in the middle of it. So, one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Are we ready for this? I am not. Hmm. Didn't seem that the music like changed that much, but okay. Let's continue. So, Mr. Naruto, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sean? Your observation, my dear fellow. Just as you said, those two prevaricators? Observations? Did you remember, Mr. Naruto? We know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Sogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You're delightfully quick to grasp a meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I'll see what I can see. So looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there the night of Kazuma died. Alright, so I think I know what we should be looking for. So leave me a second while I look silently. And I don't shoot with my mic on in front of me. What suggests that someone else was there at the scene? Can I zoom in? I can't zoom in, but her left ear has something that's moon-shaped. That's not on her right ear. No! Wait! What is this? You! But! I should have you come. Should have you. You sentenced right now.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Huh? Yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. Nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain? You know what? Maybe I should just eat real quick so I can do this more uninterrupted. And drinking water doesn't interrupt me that much. So give me a minute. I'll eat quickly. But I gotta say, oh my gosh, I almost bought the fact that he probably was innocent. It's like, who else? He's closest to this whole place. You know what I haven't had in a while that I'm talking about food? Chicken. I haven't had chicken in a while, and I just had a sudden craving for it. Maybe next time I'll buy some chicken and make it and eat it. Like not just chicken, like fried chicken. Yeah, I know fried chicken is not good for you, but it's like, you know, fried chicken, breaded fried chicken. Good stuff, if done correctly. Okay, I'm done. Sorry about that. Alright. So nothing particular comes about mind about the stain. What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. There's a very large purple stain in the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. And I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruto, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves the stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is right here. Is there nothing else? Is nothing else I could show? There's nothing else that shows the scene of the crime or potential ink. So I'm using probably this. Let's go.
Yes!
What are you trying to do? Yes, it's this photograph, and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain of your uniform. Ink! A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Oh! Ah, the penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of the uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, you couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present at the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilled. So what do you have to say for yourself? Don't look at me like that, okay?
Alright. Yes, it was me. I did it. Everything.
Okay. Can I ask why, though?
I arranged everything in that student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Buruya do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel.
Beef. Please.
Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty, patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet.
Beef, please. You must help me.
I went with her. The door with cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here?
Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, a little furry friend.
Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you.
The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asugi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell on the floor.
Yes, that is right.
So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers. Only to find his occupant laying lifeless on the floor.
She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked. So she opened to look, and you already know what happened after.
Okay, so you're admitting that you tamper with the evidence. You admit that you put suspicion on me because you knew I was there. So that means that you cannot try me for murder because there's no reason. going to be there. There's just one thing. If you wouldn't mind.
What?
When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova was he already dead? Why?
I already told you! When Nina opened door of student's cabin and looked inside.
I was asking Miss Pavlova. Ooh, don't mess with an assertive woman like that. She will turn you around. Well, Miss Pavlova? No. Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. He was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. Dead. On the floor, not moving, dead. Get it? I was scared. If you don't get it, play the first Ace Attorney game, by the way. You will get it immediately. I understand, and I believe you. So, is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kasuma's death at last? An unfortunate accident that was covered up to cover the identity of her, because if it's figured out that she is there, then a lot of repercussions could happen. There's still one question, and if this question actually ends up being the truth, it could upend this entire case. Let's see how this runs out. Ah! Something very nearly slipped my mind. This is why I was talking before coming into this. Huh? Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate accident that precipitated these events, a kitten, on which the victim stumbled. However, if thus are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. Unnatural? What do you mean?
What do you mean unnatural?
Yeah, that's what I was asking. What do you think the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Huh? Oh, well... If Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck? Which part of this photographic print seems unnatural? I'm gonna say the face, because if you fall and you crack your neck, why is your face... I mean, I would assume you would land face down, and that's why you would be face down. You didn't face down. Like the nose would be to the ground, or at least the chin would be like a little forward, you know, to show that the neck is out of alignment, something like that. This doesn't show that, so I think the head itself isn't somewhat natural. So that's what I think. This body was moved. That's what I'm thinking. The body was moved, but we'll have to see, 'cause are we near the end? Are we near going to see the finale? I don't know, but maybe it's the face. Let's see.
Yes!
It must be here, surely. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice regarding the opportunity detection menu, fellow. When not in a crucial point, it can be helpful to keep your eyes open. They were open. And it can be equally helpful to use them. Sorry, I'll try that. My natural is not. The word written in a foreign language needs. That particular crass detail was orchestrated by the culprit. No, I meant to identify another point. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. What of your hands? Okay, give us the clue. I was thinking of the hand. You look the sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularity. This should be an easy task. Why do I... Okay, if Casimir tripped and fell and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck, then he must have fallen at a certain angle. You know, we'll see. Which one? Then... I think your hands... If you fell, you tried to fall, and you couldn't do anything, yeah. I don't think the hands being on an L shape would be natural. This is already orchestrated, but what about this other hand, though? Let's see.
Yes!
Alright. If he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then his face just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurs to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you may say, as though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's face a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, did you imagine you found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. I'm intrigued now. Why, of course, my dear madam. Why would it keep you in suspense? Oh my God! Are you serious? I was just talking about that not half an hour ago. Heck, not 10 minutes ago. Oh my gosh! This turns the whole case around! Of course it does! Oh my gosh, give me a second. Ah! Okay, this is good. This is good. This turns the whole case around then. This is what I found. A crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? Everything. Huh. It tells us nothing. Are you so sure about that? I'm not so sure about that. Are you sure about that, Naruto-san? Because I'm not so sure about that. And what about you? No, I didn't think so. Rolling. I'm not so sure. The crescent moon looks... It looks so familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe, find the answer with your own eyes. Where did the crescent moon come from? I was just talking about that! See, we already got the... we already got the stupid stain here. So where does it come from? Right here. See that left ear? That's the very similar crescent moon with a diamond in there, isn't it? So, what happened to the one in the right ear? That is a very... She has such petite ears and such beautiful hair, like the pink shells. Oh, what's that? There's something attached to her ear. I expect this would call an earring. It's a little piece of jewelry. An earring, is it? It is really tiny. Perhaps a part of it is missing. Maybe it broke off. So now this left glass part that attaches to the ear. If that's the case, she doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken. Okay. I'm just gonna show the two sides just so you understand. have my beautiful hair, so... Oh, what's that? There's something dangling down from her ear. Yes, that's an earring. Wait, look! It's a crescent moon! There can be no doubt now, surely. So either we present the left ear or the right ear. Are both ears correct? Or do we just go for this ear that shows the crescent moon? You know what? We're gonna go for the one that shows the crescent moon because it's like incontrovertible evidence. It comes from you.
Yes!
Miss Pavlova, on your ear there. I see you have a crescent moon as well. What? And on your other ear? There seems to be a crescent moon missing. The little link holding it must have broken, I suppose. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asugi must have grasped the crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor? In other words, last night in Mr. Asugi's cabin, you witnessed the moment the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asugi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? No. Angel. No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Oh, is that We broke her. We broke her. This is very interesting because when I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb to this huge ship. And then, when it was at last in this cabin that I could relax after this horrible long day. Horrible long. Darka, wait! Oh no. It truly was a tragedy, wasn't it? I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Darka would not come back. Darka would not... Yeah, I'm trying to get the accent again. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing here this time of the night, Inspector? Sorry. What are you doing this time of the night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was a friend of mine. The young man from the country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin... Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh. Yes. I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah. Of course. You're Nicolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina? No! I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a far land in the far east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no choice. I see. So you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why didn't you think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! I shouted, and then Dorka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And as he turned around to look at me. Oh my gosh! I pushed him. Oh my gosh. It's like, what's the murder? All this time I was thinking, what's the murder weapon? What could have been the murder weapon? I thought maybe they took like his sword and hit it with the sword. No. Oh my gosh. I don't even know why. I don't even know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop it from telling anyone about me. And that's when you went to fetch help from Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said, Help me, Biff. Did you find out? I will be. Please. I have nowhere to go. So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went into cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right. That's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susan started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body into a good place. And used... Yeah, I knew it. I freaking knew it. I knew the body was moved. See, there was no way the body could have landed so perfectly there to point. It would have... That's the stupidest thing ever. You shouldn't have moved the body. You should not have moved the body. It would have looked more genuine if the body had not been moved. Simple as that. I dragged the man's body to a good place and used ink that was spilling to write on blood. By the way, don't take my advice to try and do stuff that you shouldn't be doing. Please. I beg of you, do not do things that you shouldn't be doing. This is just entertainment. Like, don't take this to hatch your own plans. Please. I do not condone the harming of individuals or animals, so please don't do that. I wrote that word so that person who found Hunting could look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. My face, yeah. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished the job by pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. A Accordingly, the SS Warrior did indeed come to a raging halt a little after 2 a.m. Thus, inciting the bolt in the cabin door quite slight shut, creating the locked room mystery. And that's the truth, isn't it? There's still one thing I don't quite understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. You ran away. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. But even if you had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? Exactly, that's what I was thinking, like... I'm sorry, give me a sec. But yeah, that's what I was thinking, like... Well, it was what he said first. That made me scared. What he said first? What are you doing at this time of the night, Inspector? Oh, you don't know anything on Inspector. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. He said it, Inspector was his friend. Oh, yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull back cord, I... May I stop you for a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Soke really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What do you think, Mr. Naruhara? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but... He was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give you a secret away, then he wouldn't have done that. He was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not done yet, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. What? No deduction? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at the moment? Can we determine whither the young man's gaze was directed? Sorry, some water. First, consider the victim's location within the base cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked like this night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-san. Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Alright, yes. If there's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out even a bit when you're following the gaze of where it lands. So, turn away from Miss Pavlova. What exactly was Kazuma looking at? Simple. The wardrobe. My wardrobe. I was in there at the time, of course, sleeping soundly. Too soundly. If only I hadn't eaten that chicken that was laced with sleeping drug. If only he'd woken me up. And maybe this tragedy would never have happened. It's this. It's the wardrobe.
Take that!
And that's the whole truth, considering everything that happened last night. Certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however... What is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe. And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Ah! Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Sogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Sogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. No. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of that when Mr. Sogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. It is a tragedy. It is a real tragedy just thinking about that. This poor young woman, 15 years old, involuntarily caused the death of this young man only because she was so scared of going back to that ballet. That must have been such a horrible place then, if she just like wanted to escape so bad that she tried to stop a man just like that. I can't be angry at her. This is not the previous case where we have a person who was being like so awful. No, this is a young, small, scared girl who just wants freedom. Just wants freedom from whatever awful thing she was in before. I cannot. I, I cannot feel anger towards her. No, even though we were getting closer and closer to knowing that she was like her image looks on the hook for this whole crime. She's just unfortunate. It's just an unfortunate event. Let's move along. Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. I really am so sorry. So, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria is finally laid to rest. It just gets worse every time. Left later in 1914 p.m. SS Buria, first class cabin passage. So what happened to Miss Pavlova now, then? Once we reach Great Britain, she will be handed over to the British Police Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration police and sort all that out. Mr. Jones can do that? So, she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return to in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see.
I'm sorry.
You seem Stroganoff.
I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police.
That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... Well... Do what you can for Miss Patlova, won't you?
Da.
Well... I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes. I did stow away after all. Couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. Guess I make 32 to Great Britain was over before it has even begun then. To think that only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we tear up the street of London. It seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Oh no. She's been holding it together all this time. But I mean, that's really tough when you think about it. Susato-san. Naruto-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Osanaga just told me I should pack. You know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all. Still, can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over, just like that. Susato-san. He had such grand ideas for his visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now, they've been cruelly taken away, just as he was. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. That it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's just too much, Naruto-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. Wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a return. I let everyone down, and I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now. What? Give me a second. What the hell? This was supposed to be a serious moment. What the hell are you doing? Surprise, Mr. Grandfather. What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry. So I decided to restore them. For all time's sake, shall we say? You are a stowaway after all. He thinks this is funny. Sholmes. I do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And I thought it's a little late, but may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heart-rending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. And we have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Oh, wait a minute! It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was a stowaway. The terms of his study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. He was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no, I don't care for me, but... Where's Susato-san? My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue shortly. Oh, this guy. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. You... Sneaky mon. Mr. Sato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Intriguing. Huh. But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, not right now, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance you could work. But as I said, there's still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo? That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Would you let me try? And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment it is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kasama. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. You tell him. I believe in you. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Mr. Sato? Aw, look at her smile. I think it's a wonderful idea. Aw, I know. Like, it still pains me the loss, but hey, we found a silver lining here. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friends say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, no, no! This is madness! Yet, they're fascinating, don't you agree? Fascinating. Duty and rules are the dull routines of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest. Give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close friend, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and, above all, courage. It's true. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how to best make a report. I'll see you soon. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhado? Yes. I'm gonna give it my best shot. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. And, Mr. Naruhado? I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure your cousin Sama would have wanted. His name is Karuma. It's a great sword, and he's been in the Sogi clan for generations. Very well. I accept. I will treasure it always. So then, Mr. Sato? It seems that we're working together for some time to come yet. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhado. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too. Goodness, what is it? Please, throw me to the ground. 3 times. What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-san's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. It should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how sad I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and no, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. Not just once, but 5 times. That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. You didn't even think about it. No, I don't even know how. I never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhado. This isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confessed I was most impressed. When did he say that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling? Well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique. Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I am a prediction of combative arts myself. I am somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you're so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting... Oh, sorry. I wonder if you were so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not doubt. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhado? Oh, I'm sorry, what? Why me? As you can see, you draw from the Appleman. Oh yes, resting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no, that was a Susato squash. Oh, wow. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flicked in my mind. Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asoge clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a studio tour is more than another regular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So, its name compels his will to slice evil in two. Not that you would need such compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. And I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course! Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what it was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. Great Britain's capital, London. And that's the end of the chapter! Oh my gosh, I can't believe I went for this long. Honestly, I thought I was gonna cut out... And Crash Course Canada, we got an achievement. I honestly thought we were not gonna go this far. Okay. So. Okay. This has been a long one, a really long one. I usually don't stream this long because usually time constraints. But I was able to do that because the case was just interesting and I just couldn't stop. But I'm glad I did. I'm glad I did because this was a good case. This was a good case. And the thing about this episode was that it was not a courtroom drama. There was no courtroom. Like the first case, this one, The Great Departure, was kind of like, let's get you reacquainted with the usual Ace Attorney trappings. And here's, and the second case is like, let me ease you in on some new things that are gonna come into later stages. I hope they still do. But we're gonna take away the courtroom drama so you can like at least focus on that. So it felt more like a first person version of the Miles Edgeworth Investigations game, which is honestly pretty cool. I really liked it. I really like this case, and I can't wait for the next case, which is called The Adventure of the Runaway Room. Cool. And by this point, we should already be in London. So we should be able to sink in and get and do all sorts of stuff there. and hopefully we'll the things that we saw in the first case and in the second case that all be combined, and we'll have a larger case. That will be great because, man, there's this there's case 3, 4, and 5, and then there's a whole second game which we're gonna do immediately after this first game. Woo! Okay. Um, so I'm gonna stop now because of course I've been streaming for 4 hours and I want to make sure I have everything ready for tomorrow, which I have a kind of a busy day. Um, I will return at hopefully 3 p.m. Pacific, that's 6 p.m. Eastern. When I do that, we will go into episode 3. So yeah, tomorrow's Wednesday, Wednesday and Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. We will be streaming those 4 days. I will be streaming Ace Attorney, and hopefully by then, I know I initially said hopefully by then we'll be done by case 2, but hopefully by then, from streaming those 4 days, we will be at least halfway to case 3. I don't know how long this is gonna be. That's it. Uh, I'm Nick Cobra. Thank you so much for watching. Whether you watch me live or you watch the VODs, uh, stay safe. Uh, get vaccinated if you can. Be kind to one another, and have a wonderful, wonderful day. Thank you. And now I am going to take the opportunity to do a. Oh wait, sorry. Hmm. I want to see if there is anybody I want to. Hmm. I don't think so, actually. I don't think so. I don't think I want to raid anybody today. Just give me 2 seconds. 'Cause I don't seem to remember. Okay. Okay. I think I'm gonna call it and not do a raid today. But yeah, that's it for the stream. Thank you so much, and I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.